Stay sharp.
Alrighty. And we're back.
Venture forth.
Spinner, his face covered in carved, bleeding glyphs, makes a respectful gesture of invitation. Let me show you the way, Damen. The way to what? The spinner points his finger upwards at the ventilation shaft through which you reached the temple the first time. The path to where the lay people dwelling is complex, web-like. Let me show you. Take me to the enforcer in charge of the hub. I have words to say to him. Captain Frenzo has acquired a few wounds since your last conversation. Half of his ear is gone, and you notice that he is wearing bloody bandages under his uniform. Seeing you, he quickly injects himself with a stimulant and straightens.
How can I serve you, Lord Captain?
Were you in a shootout?
Yes, there's been a raid on a local gang. We finally cleared out the scoundrels who were smuggling goods to neighboring compartments. No one escaped.
Frenzo permits himself a brief smile of grim satisfaction. That's lovely. I came across a drawing of a worker in a red mask. What does it mean? Captain frowns.
It's a figure of local legend, known as Nemesis, protector of the poor and oppressed. Ever since I was a kid, desperate people have been drawing his portrait on the walls, hoping to summon a defender to punish those who wronged them. We've had 13 or so fools call themselves Nemesis over the past 5 years. We disburdened ourselves of them, just to be sure.
Enforcers have been appropriating ration cards from workers returning from their shifts. Why is that? Are you short on provisions?
The compartment has just enough food to avoid starvation, Lord Captain. This is why the enforcers are making sure that no serf has more cards than they're supposed to. They used to rip out people's tongues for it, but I reduced the punishment to simply beating the thieves and confiscating all their cards. The orders are to give these cards to workers who are starving due to a lack of work shifts. Not that it helps much, but it's better than nothing. Are there enforcers? Are there enforcers guilty of misappropriating the confiscated items? Yes. Do those caught stealing receive severe punishment? Absolutely.
I finished inspecting this bay. Captain raises a wary eyebrow.
Will there be any orders based on the inspection's conclusions?
Well, we've been going Icona class, so... The workers are to be provided with everything they need to service the freight line properly. Food and medicine will be delivered to the bay, and you are to demote any enforcers found to be abusing their authority to the status of workers. The captain needs a moment to handle his confusion.
Orders, understood.
I think ship's hull integrity is increased by... Hmm. Nice. I was attacked. Renzo lets out a menacing growl as his face fills with blood.
Who dared?
I encountered mutants in the pestilence pit. They seem to be under the influence of unholy powers. You know, probably of Slanesh, because they're in the pestilence pit.
You went to the pestilence pit. Into the pestilence pit.
Renzo stares off into the distance as he speaks.
Pardon me, Lord Captain. I just can't even begin to find the words. I would use... if I had to tell the Master-at-Arms that you had perished in there.
He rubbed his temple warily.
The enforcers do regular checks to see if there are any dangerous, blight-stricken rejects hidden at the bottom of the bay. I implore you, Lord Captain, leave the job to us.
Steadfast in your duty, Captain Renzo.
The Emperor protects, Lord Captain.
And everyone levels up. How the fuck do I get rid of this rash? Go with that. Okay, so they did change seize the initiative, so it's no longer... that. Sure. Sure, we'll go with that. And I'll just take stabilizing factor.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Captain's quarters, void ship shrine. Is the void ship shrine the? Is that the bloodspun web or whatever? was not.
Let's see this through.
Professor Edelbart, a plump, rosy-cheeked old man, is lighting candles, taking his time with each glint of fire dance on his heavy golden aquila, and in his sky-blue eyes as he addresses you, smiling.
The Emperor protects your lordship. Are you here to pray, or have mundane matters brought you to me?
There's an incredibly profound quality to his voice. He speaks with mesmerizing timbre. A strange rash broke out all over my body after my visit to the lower decks. Can you help me? Lord carefully studies the inflamed blisters on your skin.
An affliction of the unclean, your lordship. Those who have abandoned his light and shunned all care of the body as well as the spirit. Allow me to cleanse your mortal flesh of the seeds of corruption with a sanative prayer.
Let us pray, Confessor. That'll help me. Lord opens a hefty volume title sanative hymn of sufferers and recites the first 40 verses in a chanting voice. 2 hours of incessant prayer later, despite your knees and shoulders burning with strain, your inflamed skin still torments you with unbearable itchiness. Continue the prayer. Vigil continues for 2 more hours straight. Your mind is clear and you feel much better, but it's still not enough to rid you of the affliction.
And bless thy loyal servant, so strength and health may return to the body that guards the borders of the Imperium.
At some point, the ship's evening gong breaks your stupor, and you note with surprise that your abscessed blisters are gone and your skin is now barely even red or was previously inflamed. Adelbert dabs. Adelbert dabs at the sweat on his brow with the edge of his robe and smiles warmly.
The God Emperor never abandoned his faithful, your lordship. Rest now. You will soon feel much better.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Let's seize the moment.
My house would be proud of me.
Broad-shouldered young priest makes the sign of the Aquila. The Emperor protects your lordship. How may I be of service? Who are you?
Initiate Zeke, your lordship. I recite prayers and help confessors. Help Confessor Adelbert with the rites.
What is this relic next to you? The initiate looks up at the sarcophagus. The skeleton within its is clutching an orb made of many tightly fitted hoops covered in glyphs.
A mysterious object, but undeniably a holy one. It was donated by a group of pilgrims who studied the legacy of the great missionary Nadine Aleynikov. They believed there was something inside that only someone truly righteous was meant to have. One of the pilgrims was so desperate to witness the moment of the orb's opening that they bequeathed their body to us.
Do you have any ideas how to open this orb?
One of your predecessors was the last to attempt solving this relic's mystery. Happened a long time ago, before Lady Theodora was born. That's all I know.
Why not just disassemble it?
To damage a sacred relic is an unthinkable crime, and to use force to bypass the test of wisdom and faith it contains terrible blasphemy.
Open the reliquary. I'm going to try to solve the mystery of the orb. The initiate opens the lock and hands you the orb. Something has already moved the hoops around, trying to arrange the letters into meaningful sentences. It will only take a few more rotations for the orb to split cleanly into 4 parts, each with its own question. The answers should presumably be formed using adjoining hoops. Form the question in the orb's first quarter. My light reaches everywhere. The greedy will see me in gold, the scholars in humanity's cradle, but only the righteous will see me within their souls. I'm gonna assume the Emperor? For better or worse, something clicks inside the orb. Form the question in the orb's second quarter. I am within every human, and my loss is feared, for without me comes the end. But give me to the Emperor, and you will be eternal. I'm gonna assume life. Another soft click comes from inside the orb. Form the question in the orb's third quarter. I am poison, I am perdition, I am disgrace. Burn me down, eradicate me, or perish rejected by the Emperor. I would assume weakness? With a click, the hoop settles into place. Form the question in the orb's remaining quarter. In your body, mind, and soul, you must possess me. I am no mere absence of stains. I bring you closer to him. Is it purity or is it like duty? God, this is... try purity. Ugh. The hoops shift and return to their previous arrangement. You will have to start over. Try this again. I think maybe I just got that last one wrong. Nope. Loyalty. Shit. When light reaches everywhere, the greedy will see me in gold, the scholars in humanity's cradle, but only the righteous will see me within their souls. I feel like it has to be the Emperor, right? Let's try it again. It's blood. Alright, let's try soul. This one I think is weakness. I am no mere absence of stains. That has to be purity. Damn it. Okay. Is it like the throne? Because the throne's made of gold? Try that. I feel like blood is the least likely of any of these. Fuck it, we'll try it. So then weakness. And then purity, right? blood? Really? Yeshit stares at the relic in your hand, stunned. How strange and exciting it is to behold the holy object that has lain hidden from the eye for so many years. Truly it is a great day, upon which the rogue trader himself has revealed the legacy of great missionaries to us all. What the hell does this thingy do? For combat, if the wearer does not use any abilities during their turn, they can end their turn to immediately grant. That seems terrible. They're cool weapons, but yeah, I think I'll just stick with the swords I had.
Stay sharp.
Shit, Clotus. A lanky initiate is leaning over the cogitator, an expression of extreme mental effort on his face. His fish-like eyes peering into the screen.
Grant me understanding, master. Grant me wisdom.
He winces as you approach.
Your lordship, how can I be of service?
Who are you and what do you do here?
I am Clotus, junior cleric. I sort recordings from the shrine confessional to pass on to higher-ranking clergy.
Tell me more about this confessional.
Our parishioners come here to repent, to share their innermost thoughts and observations of their neighbors. The sacred machine records all confessions and alters the voices beyond recognition.
Is there a way to find out who made which confession?
There is not.
Clotus shakes his head resolutely.
That would undermine the usefulness of it. The first prototype wasn't anonymous, so those confessions might as well have been carbon copies of each other. Everyone was impeccably diligent and pious and whatnot, but as soon as the machine spirits started keeping the name secret, the parishioners opened up.
Good thinking, keeping it anonymous. Keep up the fine work.
I will endeavor to do so, your lordship.
I have other questions.
What does your lordship wish to know?
It appears you are having difficulties.
Nothing escapes your lordship's notice. As it so happens, I'm struggling to categorize three rather peculiar confessions. I would have dared tell you about them, but I think they may have been left by senior officers, which would make this a matter of the highest order, one that is far beyond my meager understanding. These confessions, you see, are far from being examples of pious conformity. I dread the very thought of dissent or heresy poisoning the minds of some of the most eminent members of the crew, but I cannot change what I heard.
He bows his head in reverence.
I cannot share this with anyone but the Emperor's anointed, nor can I allow anyone but your lordship to listen to these messages protected by the secrecy of confession.
What makes you think these confessions were made by senior officers?
These parishioners are well spoken, meaning they are used to addressing an audience. Perhaps they issue orders and are vested with power. And well, after categorizing so many confessions, I have learned to notice the subtle differences between them.
Let me hear them. The initiate steps aside, putting the cogitator at your disposal. Recording 17 FL2 Allig Descent in Pious Doubt. One question's troubled me for years. Why are some destined to perish in the warp, while others must go on living and preserve the memory of the dead? Worthy and more luminous souls have been lost, and yet I am still here. Light static is distorting the recording, but you are confident the speaker is male. Recording 134DU. The orphans on the ship have already been provided with the bare essentials, but every so often I consider increasing their rations and ordering more sets of clothes for them. That will not replace the families they lost, but it will improve their lives somewhat, especially given that the ship has enough resources to cover that comparably trivial expense. Despite the poor sound quality, you determine the voice to be male. You've heard the bridge officers gossiping that the High Factotum has taken personal charge of the orphans. Recording 502mm. Lop-eared clappers display a high degree of socialization, both among their kind and their owners. These animals adjust well to avoid ship's lower gravity, since it is similar to their home world's conditions. Lop-eared clapper meat is edible should necessity demand it. The voice sounds muffled, as though from behind a thick layer of glass, but is unmistakably a woman's. Step away from the cogitator. The initiate looks at you intrigued, but does not say a word. I am curious who left these confessions. I will seek them out.
I suppose those confessions are truly special if your lordship is giving them his personal attention.
The initiate bows deeply.
Never would I have imagined the rogue trader himself coming to my aid.
Regarding your confession sorting problem... Okay, that's just if I actually get the question. I will leave you to your concerns. She replies very solemnly.
I labor for the glory of the Emperor and House von Valancius.
Okay, so... The High Factotum was one of the three.
Emperor protects your lordship. What brings you to this holy abode?
Tell me, Adalbert, do you visit the shrine confessional to repent as the other officers do?
I always find time for penance. On my morning and evening ship. Your lordship. Irrelevant question. Our fates are in the Emperor's hand, and he does as he plans. As his plans require.
See, it wasn't you. I must take my leave.
May the Emperor's blessing be with you, your lordship.
Or with your lordship.
Marching ahead.
Astropathic Chapel.
Onward to victory.
I do what I must.
Venture forth.
Bro's just killing it on the super omega-sized organ. Choirmaster Zachary Weiss, a tall old man in a long green robe, stands motionless in front of a cogitator. The closer you approach, the clearer you can hear his continuous, unintelligible whisper. You are about to call his name when he falls silent sharply and turns towards you first.
Lord Captain, a visit from the Rogue Crater is an honor for us.
Like other astropaths at the chapel, the choirmaster's eyes are bandaged over with time-worn scrolls of sacred manuscripts. Nevertheless, you cannot shake the feeling that his otherworldly glowing gaze is studying you keenly.
How can I be of use, your lordship?
Sanctioning is a brutal procedure, one which robs every astropath of the gift of sight, but in return they gain a new kind of vision that allows them to see what ordinary people cannot. The light emanating from beneath the bandages flickers with strange hues as the choirmaster clutches his temple. His expression shifts in a way you are well familiar with. It is the look of one who's glimpsed the grim signs that evil has left upon your soul. Oh, did my nightmare scald you?
My apologies, your lordship. I sensed strangeness in you, and my mind reached out of its own accord. I did not see much, but what I did see was enough. It grieves me to know that this mark weighs on you so. Trust me, I'm well acquainted with the oppressive burden of doom.
Have you made a confession lately? Choirmaster replies, slightly perplexed.
I beg your lordship's pardon?
Why are some destined to perish in the warp while others must go on living?
How odd.
He grimaces as though with pain.
Odd that you should have listened to my confession, and odd that you choose to approach me afterward. Why?
I felt there was anguish in that confession. I wanted to help.
My confession made you anxious on my account, resulting in a waste of your time, for which I apologize. I am thankful for your consideration.
He smiles a bittersweet smile.
Death always keeps close to astropaths, and its punishment for arrogance and weakness are severe. I have seen my fellows die, and at times the memories are exceedingly hard to bear. Sadly, almost every choir has a story like that, and a survivor who has kept their ghosts with them ever since.
Lets out a ragged breath.
My apologies, but I cannot continue working at these old wounds. Directing a choir requires a clear and firm state of mind.
We will speak later, Choirmaster. I have business to attend to.
Goodbye, your lordship.
Choirmaster follows you with his otherworldly glowing gaze as you leave, then turns back to the cogitator. Okay. So, this is the guy that did confessional or something? The high generous Danrock greets you with a cool smile and the merest hint of a bow. A pleasure to see you, to see you, Lord Captain. How may I be of assistance? Have you ever heard the name Fiery Reckoning? From what I can tell, it's a void ship of some sort. There was a mention of it in one of Theodora's documents I found. Yes, thanks for a moment, pursing his lips in concentration. I'm afraid not. Oh, no. I'm afraid it is not immediately familiar to me, Your Lordship. Please allow me a moment. He starts rapidly tapping on the screen of his data slate. I say. House von Valancius did indeed sign a contract with the owners of a vessel with the designation Fiery Reckoning. There are transactions, records of the ship picking up cargo from Chiavo Gamma. Well, this is odd. The data log ends there. Apparently the ship had some interactions with one of the workships on your industrial world. I beg your pardon, Your Lordship, but that is the extent of the assistance I can provide you in regard to this particular matter. Have you made a confessional lately? Your lordship, you are truly masterful at springing unexpected questions on a man. However, I must admit I don't quite understand this one. The orphans on the ship have already been provided with bare essentials, have they not? Factotum fidgets nervously with the rings on his fingers, until he musters the courage to reply. I will not pry into how your lordship found out about my confession. I suppose it raised some questions for you. You have a good heart, it seems. I'm surprised. As am I, to tell the truth. Sensitivity is a vice in one responsible for ensuring the dynasty's prosperity. However, I cannot help it, which is why I unburden my soul in confession. I'm willing to allocate extra resources to provide for the orphans. The factotum's eyes glisten sentimentally. The children will know that you are their benefactor. As for me, I can assure you that I will find ways to procure enough funds to cover the expenses. Enough questions for now. I shall return later. I shall await your instruction, Lord Captain. So that's 2. I need to find some lady. Is Yocasta here? Costa Sourback is in the very picture. Is the very picture of discipline. Her uniform is exquisitely pressed, her armor is polished, and her posture is imposing, which is worn and battered from frequent use. She salutes you with a practice motion. Greetings, Lord Captain. The lop-eared Kleppas, the confession. She cocks an eyebrow. Please repeat your orders, Lord Captain. The Kleppas, Yocasta. I know everything. Anxiety flares in her gaze. I am ready to answer any questions as soon as I understand what you mean, Lord Captain. At ease. It was a test. You passed. Sarback nods respectfully. A stress interrogation is a good tool for exposing ideological weak elements. She lowers her voice slightly. It is usually conducted under duress. Thank you for choosing to omit that part for me. That is all for now. Proud to serve the dynasty. Who else could it be? Vigdis? Lord Captain, the ship informed me of your imminent meeting. The lop-eared Klepkas, the confession. I assume you heard my confessional message, Vigdis replies without a hint of awkwardness. Do you wish to talk about it? The important question is why? I was fault-checking the Vox devices in the ship's reliquary. Message recordings work, but deletion does not. You've helped me establish that. Thank you. Wait, why lop-eared Kleppas specifically? At the time, I had nothing to repent of, so I dictated an excerpt from an old letter to my mother. As you heard, it contained arguments in favor of keeping lop-eared Kleppas on the ship. I can still recite it from memory. Your confession perplexed the initiate. Find a way to delete it and we shall forget all about it. Will do, Lord Captain. Would you like to discuss any other matters? That will be all for now. I live to serve, Lord Captain. Wait, no, shit. My dumbass. Yeah, well, that's not too bad. So, no, we don't want to go to Lord Captain's quarters. We want to go to other parts of the ship. I'm going to go back to the shrine. Same lines. I found the sources of the confessions. You have nothing to worry about now.
Nothing indeed. I will pass the confessions on with a note regarding your personal involvement.
The initiate looks at you with equal parts astonishment and admiration.
May the Emperor protect your lordship.
Fantastic.
Dull men. You wish to discuss this again? The past should remain where it belongs. I remember. It is not difficult to speak the truth.
Maybe a
I think that's everything on the ship. Tarforius. I don't remember this guy. Is this some new NPC? Man of indeterminate age bows his head, his robes are spotless, and his rigid color constricts his throat. The unsettling smell of medicine hangs in the air, and the man's pale eyes look bleached.
Greetings, your lordship. Your Cairo. Jin Majoris is at your service.
Tell me about your responsibilities.
My job is to save lives, heal wounded officers, develop vaccines for onboard epidemics, discover new methods of healing. However, I spend most watches listening to patients about their many qualms, managing the junior Medicaid officers and dividing the afflicted into those who matter and those who do not. Rather irritating addition to my duties as Virgin Majoris.
I see.
I hope I have satisfied your curiosity.
General report. Okay. So, he's just a doctor, I guess. Maybe he'll have, like, some significance later. The astropathic station is dead ahead of the void ship. It is motionless. There is lifeless silence across its vox frequencies. Its lights are out. Even those who have no warp sensitivity can feel the presence of death. It is here, lurking in the shadows. All of this makes reading the reports of the ship's astropaths, who claim to be hearing an incessant ghostly howl emanating from the station, all the more disturbing. Contact the station by Vox. Station is not responding. Perhaps there is no one left who could respond. Deploy a scouting team. The enforcers offered their prayers and proceeded to enter the uncanny station. What they saw inside was monstrous. Astropaths upon their thrones, not quite here, not quite now, smudged, as it were, across time. Servants reliving their horrible deaths again and again, only to be reborn out of ashes and blood into more agony a moment later. The warp manifested itself here, twisting the very nature of existence. The main hall was covered in a crust of psychic ice. A green-robed, blind old man sat motionless upon a tall throne. He was quite literally embedded in the ice, yet he was still alive and screaming. Send Zachary Wise to the station with a squad of bodyguards. Yeah, sure. That can't possibly go wrong. Choirmaster Wise boarded the station in person and proceeded to the choir's hall. He stood silently for hours in front of a man frozen in ice and held a telepathic conversation with him. Master Wise offered a prayer to the God Emperor, and the unfortunate man passed away. Upon returning to the ship, Wise reverently presented the Lord Captain with a grim trophy, the late choirmaster's amulet, taken from his frozen body after his death. Denial of nightmares. The psychic shriek carrying across the Immaterium has been silenced, but this has brought the crew no relief. A chilling realization came to the astropaths when they discovered that the cry was masking a different sound, one even more terrifying and surreal. It was the melody of a cataclysm born from a warp storm of titanic power, so intense that the entire expanse must be able to hear it. It muffles astropathic messages and crawls into psychers' minds, evoking everywhere the same image, a dark, gaping, beastly mouth cleaving the universe in two. Now that the mad choirmaster has finally stopped screaming, the song of the Immaterium has reached the rogue trader's void ship too. Order the station to be explored. A brief and chilling chronicle of the station's doom was found in the scribe's records. A warp disturbance of monstrous proportions wiped out half of the choir at once, turning the astropaths into living portals through which torrents of the Immaterium's energies poured out. Those who lasted longer bellowed and howled about a black rift that had split the universe into before and after, and a darkness that would devour the Astronomicon's light. Burn it all. Void torpedoes shatter the fragile station. One can only hope that the unfortunate souls captured by the warp have perished along with their home. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. Victus pauses, listening to something. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Worsarian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. The everyday sound of the bridge. Sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Avalard's voice, the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a high-born brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. Avril Vent. The young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain. Not least because, as I see you've already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence towards a higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avril Vent, requesting permission to speak. And then falls silent and then adds rashly, on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. I will listen to what you have to say. Speak, Lieutenant. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I am convinced this step is unwarranted, and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Vent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. He glances at Sourback, who is standing not far from him, but she maintains a stony expression. But Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Worsarian, and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Vent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she is finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard, then at you. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship, and no one has informed me. I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up, who dared to establish workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we were still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution, and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Abelard scoffs. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I've already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. How did this all start? The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you a condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. Where does Seneschal Worsarian come into all this? I shall explain, Abelard intones grimly. I beg you to hurry. Time is running out. I will not hurry. Since my competence is under scrutiny, I shall speak as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself. So, of course, when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower deck, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, no one, not one, of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valancius will find refuge on her ship. You are far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Worsarian. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors, it has driven the people to the brink. Vence says bitterly. Now there is a strike on the lower decks, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection, but when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. Abelard, what do you have to say to all this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your proctorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way you will stop the uprising before it begins. I've heard enough. I'll go down to the lower decks and deal with the problem personally. Praise the Emperor. Thank you, Lord Captain. And Lord grits his teeth slightly. An enterprise bordering on sophomoric. But please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Lord Captain, I regret that the enforcers were unable to handle the situation, which then led to your and the Seneschal's involvement. I consider it my duty to go to Depot for myself and see the expedient resolution of this incident.
Let's seize the moment.
Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startlingly human gesture, and a telling one. A rare moment where he allows his age and wariness to show through his armor like veneer of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Let's keep moving, we gotta get to the bottom of this.
Stay sharp. I still do not see our purpose in coming here.
Relax, old man. Going for a stroll.
Sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Avrilla Vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of her superior, Master-at-Arms Yocosta Sourback, who's arrived clad in armor. Judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already and has reached the boiling point. Lieutenant Vent, my patience is wearing thin. I have given you an order, now get out of my way. I cannot comply with that order, ma'am. Vent looked shaken, but there is fire in her eyes. This is my deck and my sector. So long as this area remains under the Lord Captain's special oversight, no action shall be taken without my express permission. There are only 3 people who are authorized to make me stand down. The first officer, the rogue traitor, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Abelard mutters in crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he means Vent Sourback looming over her or both. Your lordship! Noticing you, the 2 officers snap to attention and salute their subordinates following their subordinates following suit a moment later. I want to speak to the strikers. Abelard's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. A whisper passes through the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you.
Lord Captain, you've come down to us.
Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking?
Striking? That's news to us, your lordship,
Says a tall, thin man in worker's garb.
All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet!
Snaps the old woman, who turns her hostile dark eyes on you.
Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to whole base for a week at a time so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers.
The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Argento does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem prayer and makes a sign over herself.
It's all true. Venge is the only officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidships and has no fellow feelings toward us.
The grim man with a scarred face throws up his arms. Oh wait, this is someone else.
Your lordship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We've plotted no disorder. We went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed.
Persecution started apropos of nothing, you say. I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet, and that there are heretics hiding here.
Cultist amulet? What's that? The gewgaw they found on the dead drunkard? It was something evil or forbidden we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing an investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not. And if there were, we'd be the first to report him. As for this amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with, nobody's even ever tread these decks in boots so fine, I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. Oh yeah, those boots were really fine. And there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor. And when we're working, we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and the servo motor. The same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your lordship, we are people of faith. Naive children, weren't you taught from an early age about the danger of the archenemy's creation? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I had my third little one.
That is regrettable. But you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father who is not there, or the scavenger who brought evil down on himself and his neighbors? What changes do you want?
Would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us bilge rats what we want. Here's what we want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off their heat and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here.
Going too far, Nan. I'll never let the maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavenger who robbed the cultists' bodies, and we'll talk to them, one lower decker to another. If there are any more of those damned amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves.
You speak for yourself and your clan, I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures. I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before, all because we dared to speak out.
tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step toward embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands, and we will consider the rest. Tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman.
Old knight, listen. The Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions. And I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talk to them. Back down. Now's no time for you to be a stubborn old crone. Listen to us, old knight. 3 clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made up our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. Old woman hisses in dissatisfaction.
You two are ganking up on me, is that it? Double teaming me. Pushing it up my pooper, as it were. So brave you are against an old woman. Well, shut up. I will indeed. I won't go against 2 clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace, you cucks.
That's great. Just fantastic, Lord Captain. We're all agreed. What did you just call me? Then it's decided. The persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists.
Your lordship, thank you. You have not abandoned us lower deckers.
Fucking, that's the old lady's voice.
You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, your lordship, we'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and will leave no stone unturned.
Everyone ran off to do whatever the fuck they normally do. Stopping unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companions, saying, "I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment." Abelard looks at you, and his last vestiges of restraint vanish. "Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain?" "You kowtowed the disloyal rabble. You believed their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, the rabble will welcome them in with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like, because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valencius Proctorate?" "There is some truth to your criticism." "I should say so." Abelard heaves a heavy sigh, but he visibly relaxes. "You simply needed to trust me. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene," Abelard says irascibly. "Remember Lord Captain Theodora. Do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers, while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Proctorate, as any true strategist and rogue traitor ought. I would be only too willing to trust in my seneschal and not fill my head with such matters. But the situation had spiraled out of your control, Abelard. You're right. At least as concerns junior officers making complaints directly to you. And I lost my temper, Lord Captain, and I believe I ought to explain myself. Eblard speaks slowly, the words not coming easily to him. The prosperity of the Von Valancius Proctorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I came from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers, on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire proctorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly, everything that had been built over years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, because without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you to find your footing as quickly as possible. And to do that, I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures, set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades. It cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your Lord Captain and rogue trader. Accept it and start living in the new world. A world where Theodora is gone and where you and I have new decisions to make. Ballard solemnly inclines his head. Yes, Lord Captain. After a moment's silence, he adds, looking at you with interest, your resolve is admirable and demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment, should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. And now, please, let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places. No, I leveled up. Let's go with that. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, seems good. Check. Horrors of the warp effect. Cool. I'll definitely use that. Alright. The ox crackles to life and Master Helmsman Ravor addresses you.
What we have here, Lord Captain, it is not very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in the local asteroid field. Its char is quiet, like it's huddled up in there on purpose. It's not like I'm surprised. The thing is more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it. We are registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization of several compartments. Oh, there's an incoming transmission now, too.
Hear us. Fox transmission hisses and abruptly cuts to static. Do not require assistance. Pete, do not require assistance. Copy. Vox lays a different voice. Keep following. They'll pass us by, won't they? Protects.
Lord Captain, I am told our augurs cannot determine the allegiance of the vessel. To be brief, there is an identified and badly damaged vessel within an asteroid field near the Ricadiphilia colony that is refusing help. Which, not to put too fine a point on it, has not yet been offered to them.
Ravor, can we establish communication? Let the vessel identify itself.
Yes, Lord Captain. The connection is established. Unknown vessel, we are receiving you. Identify yourselves. I repeat, identify yourselves.
For a brief moment, the Vox only hisses and snaps, and then several voices at once start shouting over another. Do not tell. Tell him we are done for. This is Thunderfang. We are a merchant vessel. Do you copy? We are a private vessel.
A merchant vessel. Of course they are. Damn my stupid head. Where did I hear this name before, Thunderfang?
Ravor, damage report on the unknown vessel.
Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by the guns of a combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air. The bridge has almost been completely obliterated. Two of the engines are critically damaged. Somebody gave them a thrashing so solid they barely managed to limp away.
Thunderfang, your vessel is badly damaged. What happened to you? The Vox responds by bursting into a cacophony of sounds, words, and emotions. Someone chuckles bitterly, another swears with some foul expletives, and yet another hisses, furiously demanding that the others shut up. You manage to make out a little from all this noise. We were just flying, minding our own business, straight out of the blue and open fired. Miracle we could get away. Emperor protected, and then more fire. Who? Void only knows. Roasted our tail, bombed everything. Our folks, are left without our help. We gotta get to them. Thunderfang, why can we not identify you? You can make out hoarse and furious whispering, even over the cackling of static. Why? I don't know. What if? Certainly not. Whispering dies, and a clear, youthful voice cuts through the static. Our vessel is badly damaged. Damage is preventing the correct identification. We assure you. Merchant vessel. Thunderfang does not require aid. Thunderfang, now stop playing games and explain what your business is here. And this time, I highly recommend the truth. Happy now? What have you done, idiot? And it's too late now. Vox channel is again filled with angry whispering of several voices. The whispers and static are drowned out by a clear and slightly frightened voice. Do you copy? We are from the Fellow of the Void. We did not come here to loot on a different business. To help our own out of jail. Do not hurt. At least we already had our Chronos clean. How about striking a deal? Our hold is full of goods.
In case you are unaware, Lord Captain, the Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assembly of several dozen pirate factions in the Coronis Expanse. They consider themselves above regular heretics solely because they sometimes have Vox conversations with those whom they are about to board. Were it up to me, I would make them eat a salvo from the macro cannons to shake the scum loose from the decks. They certainly deserve it.
The honeyed voice of the high factotum interrupts the translation with a polite cough. I would wait on destroying the vessel if I were you. Although the moral aspects of their livelihood do cause some awkward questions, the Fellowship of the Void remains a major supplier of the goods to the local market. Perhaps you will find dealing with them acceptable, especially in a situation where performing a warp jump is impossible. Thunderfang, prepare for commercial exchange. I don't know if I want to actually trade anything to these guys yet. Some of this stuff could be good on someone. Like, I'm pretty sure this is decent on. She has even less strength than I do. Alrighty, onward to Prison Planet.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Come in. Come in, escort. This is Captain Vicari. Escort. Please, come in. Pale young woman looks at you with a mixture of hope and disbelief swirling in her eyes. You notice her hands trembling as she clutches her weapon.
Who are you? Did you come from the planet? Are you reinforcements? St. Teeth, I thought you'd never come.
I am rogue trader Balk von Valancius. Now, introduce yourself.
At once, sir.
And stands at attention.
Captain Raquel Vicari, servant of House Winterscale and pilot of this shuttle.
It is an honor to be meeting His Lordship von Valancius. What happened here?
There has been a prison riot on the planetoid.
Sadly, it is being led by the prison warden himself, the Honorable Anathagan Casteglia. He has allied himself with the rabble that he himself was supposed to watch and declared Raikadi Filia to be independent of authority of the system's lawful governor. I came here as a shuttle pilot alongside the Honorable Yvain Winterscale, son of Caligos Winterscale, rogue traitor, vanquisher of Xenos, forever triumphant over the enemies of humanity. She details enunciating every word of her overlord's title. Young Lord Winterscale wished to speak to the warden personally, so he could put an end to his lawless treason. He and his escort went ahead, and I haven't been able to contact them over Vox for a very long time now.
Yvain. Outline mutters, stroking his beard. One of his distant younger offspring. Yes, that's as much as I know about him. Which means he hasn't distinguished himself in any meaningful way.
Yvain Winterscale has made several diplomatic visits to Uruk 5 on behalf of his father, rogue trader Caligos Winterscale. The Great Regent would not have granted entry to someone dishonorable, which means whatever happened in this terrible, malodorous place, we must aid this man of noble blood.
Is there anything else I should be appraised of before I set out? Some of the rebels have holed up in the barracks. I don't know many. Lordship. Lord Winterscale's guard mined the entrance so that the rebels couldn't get to the shuttle. The only settlement of Ricanifilia is a penal colony. Yep. Time, your lordship. She bows. You can tell by her desperation in her eyes that she is exhausted, frightened, and wishes to be off this planetoid as soon as possible.
Marching ahead.
Never doubt me.
Now that's interesting.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay. Cast your eye there. I better myself through my service. The Emperor favors me today.
Onward to victory.
That sounded
is
goofy.
assured.
Ambushed.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Abelard, no.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands, I act. That is not the Emperor's will. I'll do it.
I bring mercy and retribution. Death is a blessing. Death comes in silence. As honor ordains, killing brings me no pleasure. Trust me.
This guy's got a lot of health for, like, no particular reason.
Chaos guides me. Ugh. I've suffered worse. Victory is imminent. It will be done.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
They won't expect this.
What is this foreboding? Be gone.
High momentum. Just a minor setback.
Oh, poor Abelard. He was getting his ass kicked this this round of
Guided by
combat.
faith. This is unacceptable. I am his will made manifest. As the Emperor commands, strike is a prayer. I'll do it. Fate faith without deeds is worthless. Eradicated. Doubt is for the weak. Rejoice in battle! I'll do it.
Oh, Argenta.
A dance of blades and shadows. I shall not fail.
I've suffered worse. I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Indeed.
Cover me!
Let's see.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
That wasn't too bad.
As it should be.
And a prison shank.
Venture forth. Now that was easy.
Well, this place has seen better days. Probably less enormous amounts of corpses.
That wasn't so difficult.
Uh-huh. Like to throw normal-looking faces. We thought we were going to die here with these nutters. The old man with the gap-toothed smile drops his weapon and holds out his hands in a placating gesture. Please don't shoot us, your nobleness. Let us speak a word. Well, this is a welcome change. Talking before shooting. Still, Lord Captain, the look of this ragtag bunch hardly inspires trust. Give me a reason not to execute you on the spot. Here's the deal. You're honest, quiet inmates who didn't want to riot, but well, sitting it out wasn't really an option either. The warden's lapdogs made short work of those who refused to join in the festivities. So we had to, you know, play along. Well, that's all it was, play. We never meant no offense to Governor Medina, nor to the lawful authority of House Winterscale. Funky cold Medina. Give us a chance, eh? We just want to wait until everything blows over and we can go back to our cells and quietly do the rest of our time. A repentant, honest heretic. How novel. Judging by Abelard's tone, the seneschal is utterly unimpressed by the old man's ingratiating monologue. Lobo's speech is mottled with colors that conceal his true, darker hues. This old man has a long history of lies, and he's using his wiles on us as well, but I see no foul corruption or ill intent in his words. If I spare you, what do I gain out of it? Now, how can lowly jailbirds hope to thank your nobleness? Ah, I have an inkling. You see us here. We're, how should I put this, different from the rest of the prisoners in this place. There are petty thieves from Racket, minorists, debtors, gutter snipes. There no one serious. Now, we, nobleness, cut from a different cloth altogether. We're fortune seekers from the void. Why don't we tell you where on Footfall Station? You know, Footfall, the only shipyard and the best market in all the Coronis expanse. Yes, so where on Footfall you can get some very serious, business-minded people. And how you can get yourself a very special discount from them on some very special goods. A most serious kind, your nobleness. Have you heard about the Fellowship of the Void? It's the largest pirate alliance in the expanse. There's no leader, of course. But there are some terribly serious captains who decided that cutting each other's throats over loot was, what do you call it? Counterproductive. But cutting throats together, now that's anti-counterproductive. And well, their joint efforts leave them with an excess of spoils, so they need to dispose of it somehow. And I, your nobleness, just happen to know someone who handles such things. Such kind of dealings on behalf of those very serious people. Your pirates. I came across a void ship belonging to your associates. They were planning to break you out. The old man grunts, huffs, then makes up his mind. Now that's out of the bag. Our fellows were supposed to come and get us a long time ago. Well, they got tied up somewhere. Void Kraken's gullet with them. And all this time we had to wait. This happened. Pardon me for trying to pull the synth wool over you. It's just that we want nothing to do with this whole war nonsense. So what now? Will you let us go? Tell me more about the warden and the riot. Ha! Why soil your tongue? Talking about that heretic. Okay, so he's lost his fucking mind. Yeah, Jesus, that's so much. Very well. I shall spare you. Oh, it's great to hear your nobleness. Just great. Now there's a true rest cat, not that warden creep. Now then, your nobleness, where was I? Have you ever on Footfall Station? There's this district there, the Shadow Quarters. It's called that because it's located beyond the statue of our holiest emperor. I've known folks who call it something else, also on account of it being behind the statue. Don't repeat their mistakes, I'll tell you. Reverend Hieronymus wastes no time finding and burning them all. Forgive an old man for getting distracted, so Footfall, Shadow Quarters. There's a bar there, leading to the remains of an old ship. And in that bar, in the back room, a certain Reza does a business. Tell her Grandpa Bachfell says hello. You'll be a favorite client in the blink of an eye. There we are. Well, your nobleness, we'll be going now if you don't mind. I shall not leave you here to die at the hands of the warden's henchmen. Go, tell my pilot that is the Lord Captain's order that you be sent to my ship. You will join my ship's crew. You have my personal pardon as a rogue trader. Thanks. We are most grateful, your nobleness. The old man glances at you somewhat skeptically, but then smiles and leaves.
Duty prevails. Over.
Watch out.
Huh. Well, suppose I'll take that. That seems
Stay
pretty good.
sharp.
It's actually kind of broken.
Always striving for greatness. Perfect.
Okay. Can't remember how I usually do this. Oh, fuck it. Because I'm pretty sure this is combat, right?
I told you, Evie. You're hiding so much from us. Arrogant mentors, holy brothers and sisters. What have they ever given us? Nothing but a pile of fibs and useless admonitions.
The voice of the man standing with his back to you sounds almost soft, heedless of everything but what is in front before him. He leans over a prisoner dressed in expensive clothing.
But Aurora, she is different. She spoke with me like no one had ever had before. She revealed the truth to me, and now I can reveal it to you. If you just stop struggling for 1 minute. What?
The man finally realizes he is not alone and turns to you. He is clutching a long, thin, metallic rod with blood dripping off of it.
We have guests? From the Von Valancia ship, I would wager. Evie, my dear, you will have to wait. Do not faint, I beg of you. It's important that you feel everything, including your other eye.
As the warden is speaking, a strange sensation draws your attention toward the ground, specifically an open pit in the loose dirt. A single word spontaneously surfaces in your mind. Cradle. The pit itself does not appear to be of much interest, but at some point it has something of great importance. Something faintly familiar to you. The warden's words are suddenly drowned out by a chorus of voices in your head. The entity that still dwells in the recesses of your mind rejoices in a cacophony of cries. This place, it holds great significance for the entity. In the frantic chanting of the voices, you can almost make out words that speak of an ancient grave, one that was opened, for it contained a priceless treasure, a most coveted prize that was retrieved by the faithful after a centuries-long search. Such dreadful shades. Cassie recoils and covers her mouth. The colors of this place, they are putrescent to the core. And these people, their colors are oozing with madness and despair, pain and doom. You know, yeah, it's fair. I'm here to quell a riot, by means far from diplomatic. The warden raises his hand, and the maimed people start thrashing about in their death throes. The time for our words is past. Optimates, give your power to this harbinger of Aurora. Let our foes see the truth, or become awash in blood.
Another battle demands our attention.
Your Emperor won't save you!
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call, I took care of this one. I will do my duty. Victory is imminent. Brace yourself,
Good
Babylon.
job, Sniper. You killed one of your own guys.
As the Emperor commands, I act. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! Strike this prayer. I'll do it. I am your doom.
Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Another voice
Oh!
to require.
Jesus.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. The shadows will see it done. Come, the other side awaits. As the tenets demand.
Easy. Poised for action. Death to the weak.
An offering of blood.
There is movement in the Empyrean. Will do. But of course.
have read tomes of military tactics. If I may.
As said, so done.
That bleeding is still a lot, though.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Reduced to dust!
Aim for the heart next time.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
I am your blade and shield. Trust me, death is a blessing.
On it.
My ears are
I meant to hit shift 2, not... damn it.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Let's set this in motion. I know what to do. Contemplate your weakness. Didn't see that one coming, did you? As said, so done. Contemplate your weakness.
There's like a limit to how many times you can keep doing this, right? Maybe not. Maybe I'm just flat out wrong.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
a tactically sound approach.
comes in silence.
With purpose. I know what to do.
Was that you? Or...
Do not dare ask. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
My place is at the fore.
I think I can charge this guy. Yeah.
At your beck and call. Indeed.
Excellent. Sniper down.
Done and done.
Oh, he just died to bleed.
I don't believe we've been properly introduced.
Blood is bubbling on the young man's lips, and his voice is barely audible, but even now it remains melodious and quite courteous.
Vane went to scale of Coronis. Greatly pleased to make your acquaintance.
On the rare days that Lord Winterscale visited Uric 5, the station was awash in a mist of warm hues. We were forbidden from meeting each other, but I was delighted still to see such rare colors in my home. Now, however, his colors are darkened, twisted from pain and bitterness. We must help, Lord Captain. We must save the clarity of his soul. For he whose presence makes the world a little brighter deserves no less.
Lady Cassia, I presume. The sacred child of House Ocelio. Oh, how disgraceful it is that on the day we finally meet, I find myself not at my best.
There is no disgrace in your predicament, Lord Winterscale. The Lord Captain and I met under similarly dreadful and tragic circumstances. Conserve your strength. You are wounded and need help.
Wounded? I would have phrased it altogether differently. Tortured and maimed, maybe. Have you ever had your eyes burned out? This was my first time. I cannot say I recommend the procedure.
He is either trying to make light of the situation or growing delirious from the pain. What have they done to you?
The warden, my friend, I tried to convince him to stop the riot. Diplomacy failed. Father hates diplomacy, which is why I had to try.
I must take my leave. I will see to it that assistance is provided to you, and that you are escorted from here.
He nods.
Giving into oblivion. Your eye is drawn to the shards of the enormous lens scattered around the broken device. At first you are uncertain as to what troubles you, but suddenly the realization hits you. The glass shimmers in a unique way, just the same way as the shards of the unknown broken object you found near Theodora von Valancius's desk.
What's the matter, Lord Captain? Why are you so interested in...
Abelard trails off when he notices what you are looking at. He instantly makes the connection.
By the Imperium Saints, it cannot be.
Tyr bites her lip. I see it too. Whatever that thing in her study was, it was made from the same materials as this junk.
What? What?
Abelard is at a loss for words. He takes a moment to collect himself. All at once they start pouring out in a hasty sputter.
It's a mistake. Slander meant to blemish the good name of a person who is now dead and cannot even defend herself. First those minions of the archenemy murdered Lord Captain, and Theodora, and now this cannot be tolerated. It will not be tolerated.
Come on now, Abelard. Remember what she was like. Dira's smile betrays her grief, but at the same time it's strangely knowing. Brazen, assertive. It was like her entire life was a race against fate until fate caught up with her in the end. She would have gone headfirst into a black hole if she'd thought it would put her even one step ahead of everyone else in the expanse. If we could just find out what she was keeping in her desk, and why she went to get it during the attack. Sister Argenta's beautiful face is full of grief. How bitter it is to know that you were born from bad blood. But do not let this knowledge drag you into darkness. Sister's words ring with a genuine, sincere hope that you be blessed with a worthier fate. She does not appear to be shocked by the news of Theodora's possible heresy. Life must be so easy for you sanctimonious preachers. A dubious trinket, and you no longer see a person. You see bad blood, an annoying hindrance. There is enough venom in Adira's voice to poison an entire regiment. Argenta recoils, but the next moment her dark eyes ignite with fury. How dare you admonish me? We are speaking of abetting the arch-enemy, a person who tainted themselves thus can never justify their actions. Argenta's right, the danger of heresy cannot be overstated. Look, I mean, there's a lot of things that I'm trying to be, very, everyone can be redeemed and stuff, but heresy and, psychos are literally just off the table. But Captain, I'm not excusing heresy, I don't want to believe Theodora would be involved in it. That all the good she did can be so easily crossed out with a single word.
Forge ahead, never linger.
Sure. Do that. Do weapon skill. That sounds pretty just decent. I'll do that. And agility, I guess. I really don't care what she gets. Sure. We'll do invigorating. Or maybe disarm. No, we'll do defensive stance. It's just a ton. We'll do one of weapon skill. Okay. Enemies killed by the Blade Dancer's allies. Maybe I should just do that. I think I will, because so far, like, the Rogue Trader's just kind of been too far behind to actually get into combat. And we'll take some weapon skill.
Let's see this through.
Your lordship. The rebellion has been crushed. I have news of your lord. She anxiously pitches forward. Is Lord Winterscale alive? Is he all right? He is safe and in one piece. I shall. He is alive but badly wounded. Help my people get him to my ship. Will be done immediately. Thank you for letting me know, your lordship.
Onward to victory.
No problemo. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Over the past few days, I received several messages from different decks complaining about anomalous behaviors in the ship's cogitators and servitors. The machine spirits are restless and rebellious, and no tech litany or ritual of pacification can rid them of this obstinacy. The tech priests can deal with the vessel systems, but the servitors, they make errors in their tasks, disobey orders, change the assigned rituals, or sometimes downright freeze as if in a trance. A click comes through the Vox channel, followed by a wary sigh. Lord Captain, occurrences such as these are caused by errors in cogitator calculations, or have some other sensible explanation. I beseech you not to take after those who whisper about the ship being cursed or possessed. Adira joins the channel and chimes in playfully. Oh, don't start, old man. All these peculiar happenings have long since turned into local legends. A door slams shut, a lumen starts flickering, folks have grown used to all that, so our resident ghost decided to up the ante. I'm telling you, things are only going to get worse from here. The technomats inspected the servitors and concluded they pose no danger. According to the servants of the Omnissiah, such behavior is caused either by the echoes of minds not completely eliminated, or by manifestations of the machine spirit's will. Nevertheless, the faulty servitors make the crew's tasks considerably more difficult, and High Factorum Janrus Danrock would like to discuss how he should deal with the defective property. He's awaiting your audience on the bridge. Okay, well, I guess I'll deal with that. High Factorum Janrus greets you with a cool smile and the merest hint of a bow. Pleasure to see you, Lord Captain. How may I be of assistance? Vigdis informed me of a problem with the servitors. What happened? You see, your lordship, the ship's servitors have been malfunctioning of late. They violate protocols, interrupt their tasks, observe crew members for long periods of time, and move erratically with no meaning or purpose. Janrus Danrock nervously pulls on his luxurious frock coat, as if it were uncomfortably tight. Had it been a routine technical fault, I would have decided the fate of these servitors myself, but I deemed it necessary to notify you. I do not wish to hide such irregularities from the Lord Captain. If you wish to observe the servitors' unusual behavior before you decide their fate, this can be arranged. The majority of the defective units have been delivered to one of the storage compartments, pending your decision. I wish to take a look at these servitors before deciding their fate. As you wish, your lordship. When his lordship arrived at the scene, he found the servitor in the same position they had assumed after they had been corralled into the bay. All standing in a long spiraling line and facing the center of their strange formation. The moment his lordship crossed the threshold of the bay gate, their bodies jerked into motion. All is one. As if obeying a command, the servitors turned to face the Lord Captain. The technomats tasked with overseeing the defective units even reached for their weapons, But then the servitors went still, just as abruptly, staring at his lordship with vacant eyes. All present held their breath, disturbed by the sight. We waited for the Lord Captain to speak. His Lordship Balk von Valentius. Took several steps toward the servitors. Immediately the servitors, each and every one of them, stepped toward the Lord Captain in perfect unison. They mimicked his movements with frightening precision. The rogue trader halted in place, and after a moment's thought, waved his hand, and the servitors, just as synchronously, repeated that gesture as well. When the Lord Captain turned quizzically to the technomads, so did the servitors, as if mocking him. Whatever the Lord Captain did, be it an incline of the head, a wave of a hand, or a step to the side, the defective units repeated it without a moment's delay or hesitation, like grotesque marionettes controlled by an unforeseen puppeteer. We observed this mime unfold in distressed bafflement for nearly a minute, until the servitors finally came to a stop. Not sensing any threat from them, the rogue trader approached with confidence. The Lord Captain examined the servitors. As high factotum, it was I who had prompted that entire inspection, and thus it was my duty to follow the Lord Captain. As we stepped closer, we noticed a fascinating irregularity. The servitors' pupils, normally still, were shaking wildly. Their bulging veins were pulsating under their copper collars, inscribed with their past offenses. It was as if those mindless half-machines were locked in a perpetual state of extreme tension. A visibly shaken technomad behind us proposed that the human souls had awakened within the servitor's body after a long slumber deep within the lobotomized brains. Formerly bereft of intelligence, they had attained awareness, feeling, and understanding. After a pause, the technomat added that the servitors used to function properly, and no one had been able to explain the change in their behavior. His gaze still trained on the motionless but animate half-machines and half-people. The Lord Captain stepped away from the servitors. All present held their breath, blah blah blah. Demanded a report on the defective unit's status from the technomats. The technomats' long-winded and detailed report could have been summarized in a single key point. Despite the servitors' abnormal behavior, they were still quite capable of carrying out tasks, and therefore the circumstances did not call for their termination. Turned to me to announce his decision. His lordship looked to me with unwavering resolve, and it was with that confidence that wrenched me out of my nightmare stupor that had me tensely observing the scene unfolding before me. The Lord Captain gave the order to dispose of the servitors so that their human souls may be released from torment. The Lord Captain's command was executed post-haste. All defective units were incinerated in furnaces, and their remains were expelled into the void. The crew were provided with replacement servitors, and soon forgot all about the destroyed unit's peculiarities. Yet this incident haunts my memory to this day. With the fate of the defective servitors decided, nothing could now distract the Lord Captain from his mission. I'm gonna take 5 minutes here. Just grab a little something to eat. I'll be right back. Alright, I have returned. And, ugh. The fall is kicking my ass. My nose is dripping all over the damn place. Fucking second grader still goes to school and then, like, wipes his hands on everything. I think I'm only gonna stream for probably like another hour or two. Because, uh, well, we'll go after that. After this. As the ship makes its way through the star system, a strange fatigue falls over you. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the quill you have been using to draw upon yet another order falls from your hand. You raise your head, and with a start, Oh, you raise your head with a start. Someone else is here, in your study. You stand up and stare at the dozens upon dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among their number, you recognize the disfigured and bloodied faces of those who died on the ship's bridge, and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? Where are the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not. You are alone against a horde of heretics risen from the darkness to take your life. As if of its own accord, the shard lying on the edge of the desk, the sole remnant of Conrad Voigtvir's weapon, slips into your hand. The metal is searing cold. The dead sways from side to side, closing in around you in a nightmarishly slow advance. Stop! I did not wish for any of you to die. The dead remain deaf to your words, creeping ever closer with the inevitability of death itself. You belatedly realize that your trembling hand has found the shard. When its razor-sharp edge cuts into your palm, an unbearably bright light floods everything around, and you find yourself surrounded by groveling minions, their bodies shivering in your mere presence. Your hands no longer hold a pitiful shard, but a majestic and intricate weapon, a skillfully crafted sword with strange, unnerving proportions, a curved design, and an unusual hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze so ancient and dark that it steals your breath away. You have felt this gaze before, there on the bridge, and that voice that appears in your mind only confirms your guess.
The tapestry is woven. The path is chosen. Accept your fate, champion.
Never! Fuck you! Demons are gay! Smelly! Stinky! Gross! You've got the ick! Your body refuses to obey your mind. Shit. The handle feels as if it has become one with your hands, and the gaze of the demonic eyes sets your very soul ablaze.
Resisting your fate is futile.
You scream as you feel your soul burn away to ash. You awaken from the vision kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat, and with a sour taste on your tongue. Your head is ringing, and you struggle to recall those faces and the image of the sword in your hands. Only the deep cut on your palm and the bloodied shard lying on the floor remind you of what just transpired. You would rather die than touch that thing again, so you reach a shaking hand for your vox and call for a servitor. Now you just have to wait for the mindless automaton to arrive, pick up the cursed artifact, and head for the nearest airlock to be claimed by the void. I don't fuck with demons. I don't do it. I won't fuck them. The starport greets you with the din of ordnance and the smell of explosives tickles your nostrils. It is difficult to tell through the smoke who is firing at whom.
Halt! Weapons on the ground or I'm firing. Alright, so our skies are in lockdown.
No. The fuck that accent am I doing?
Alright, so our skies are in lockdown, the rebels are shooting down anything that flies, and you lot just happen to land in our rear without a scratch to show for it. And on a shuttle like that, where did you get it? Stolen from the palace, isn't it?
He is visibly awed by the resplendent gold of your transport.
Grab 'em, lads. We've got ourselves a rebel landing force.
Abelard turns purple.
By the holy throne, what is this mess?
They're in a rough spot, old man. Go easy on them. You must be mistaken. I am the rogue trader of House von Valencius. Soldiers grow more and more pale with every word you say. As soon as you are done speaking, he falls to his knees.
My mistake, your lordship. Didn't recognize you, sir. Please pardon my blunder. It's a bloodbath in here.
A frag grenade explosion cuts off the rest of the sergeant's words. Shrapnel flies everywhere with a piercing screech. One of the soldiers falls to the ground, clutching the remains of his forearm that is now adorned with crimson tatters. Blood is pouring out of the stump, and the soldier's agony is short-lived. The sergeant curses and hastily says an army prayer for the dead. With a rasping cough, the sergeant turns back to you.
Pardon me, sir.
Sergeant Lasmalgo reporting. My unit is holding the starport on the governor's orders. How may I serve? What is going on here?
Unrest, sir. On rebellions in both the capital and the provinces. First the lower levels sparked, then it went up the spires. They hit the Vox hubs, the arsenals, the main train stations, the Walmart, the Kmart, the Amp Mart, everywhere.
Then Felix tore off his mask, precisely because he knew about the trouble on Rickid Minoris. He knew that none of our allies would come to our aid. You may continue your report, peasant.
My unit was here when it all went to the Groxes. The tech priests linked to satellites reported sightings of strange void ships in the system. They were orbiting the star until one of them set course for landing on Reichout Majoris. The governor took precautionary measures in order to increase security at the key facilities. Everyone knows that whenever something's not right, you better double the warden details. The alarm was raised, and we were sent to secure the starport. It was the only reason we were able to hold it. They're crushing us, the scumbags. It's been a whole turn since the last reinforcements came in. We're running low on ammo. Every other fighter is wounded. I don't know how bad it is in the streets, but they'll drive us out of here any minute.
You're doing fine work, Malgar, and so are your troops. It is people like you that hold the Imperium together.
I'll live to serve.
Sergeant's grim voice rings with a martyr's pride. Do you happen to see if a member of the Inquisition has come here? The word Inquisition, the sergeant's face fills with awe.
I don't know, sir. There definitely haven't been any visitors like that on my watch. You might have to inquire at headquarters, your lordship, sir.
I'm going to see the governor.
If I might report, sir, as long as the rebels keep shooting the damned anti-aircraft battery, there's absolutely no way to shuttle you to the governor. It would have to be on foot, and the streets are dangerous. I have no one to send with you as an escort. I assigned all available troops to accompany the esteemed tech priest to the governor. I will voxcast orders to them to wait for you, and I'll inform headquarters. They better send out a convoy to meet you halfway. Meanwhile, we will follow the governor's orders and hold the line here.
Adira frowns as her gaze grows distant, as if she is looking through the sergeant. You're a good soldier, but you've got a lot of blood on your hands, both yours and others. You know, the same hand that salutes now might falter in darkness. Rank and epaulets won't save you from that bitterness. Pardon me, my lady, but I can't get my head around these fancy words you're saying. I've seen plenty of blood, but trust me, I'll fight till my last drop. Stop being a fucking heretic, Adira, you dumb piece of shit. You are a good soldier, Malgar. I will see that your heroism is noted. I live to serve. Another explosion interrupts the sergeant's words. With a sigh of relief, he turns to his soldiers and spits out a booming series of commands.
Quickly! We gotta jerk him. I mean, we gotta kill him. Just shoot him.
Knocked us out of the air. Some bumbling idiot's going to regret that when he's dragged before the Lord Captain for questioning and trial.
I do not think the rogue trader should take a personal interest in a common crackpot. Summary execution will be sufficient.
Summary execution.
Challenging me was a mistake. I will take you down. Here we go. Out of my way.
Help me, Lord Captain! I must not falter.
Go, go, random guardsman.
Let's get to it.
Dare you!
Didn't do anything.
Emperor, give me strength.
How many can I hit? Just 2, huh? Alright, well, better than nothing.
If only that were possible.
Let's make it quick. Let's get to it. Hold on. One step ahead. I said, so done. Didn't see that one coming, did you? That is how it's done. Easy. Here we go. Out of my way.
Jesus, you fucking almost killed his own guards.
I bring mercy and retribution. Come, the other side awaits.
fire in my heart. Doubt is for the weak. Eradicate. Guided by faith. Faith without deed. I'll do it. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands.
There we go.
Let's get to it.
Jesus, these guys are so bad at not killing their own troops.
Follow my lead.
You know, for guys that died, you sure look, you know, they died on their feet. Good for them.
Can I fall back now? Follow my lead.
Wow! Good job, random guardsmen. Just kicking their ass.
No foe too great. They won't expect this. As said, so you clearly are out to make a costly mistake.
Let's get to it.
You know, I'm not saying that you guys don't have a good chance or anything of winning, but I am
I will
saying
leave
there's two of you
footprints
left.
scarlet. I shall not.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I will not. I'll do it. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Doubt is for the weak.
How do you get a? How do you hit on like a
Endure.
50, but you miss on a? Ay, whatever.
Forth on Valencius! Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. One fewer target.
marching ahead. My actions speak louder than words.
That will be good for Cassia. Just Jesus Christ, Argenta. The young, shaggy-haired soldier is still pale. Nonetheless, as you approach, he holsters his pistol, the hallmark of good discipline. He gives you a somewhat frightened but genuine smile. Thank you, my lord. Wait, Lucky Jasper?
Thank you, my lord. You arrived in the nick of time. I don't know what those babbling creeps wanted with me, but it definitely wasn't anything good.
Who are you?
Lucky Jasper, the governor's aide and personal vox operator. I was dispatched to the starport on special orders,
The young man proclaims, desperately trying to tame his tousled hair. Are you unharmed, soldier?
All thanks to you, my lord. Those blind lunatics are all over the city now. These rebels, damn them to the void, are going around maiming anyone they can get their hands on and scorching their eyes. Then they leave the poor sods driven mad by the pain to wander the streets babbling nonsense.
He lowers his voice and adds with gravity,
The command doesn't want anyone to talk about it, but I've heard whispers that it's not just some nonsense. It's heresy. Actual heresy. Because listening to it scrambles your brain. It made one patrolman freeze in his tracks while the blind mob got hold of him, carried him from his post off to who knows where.
And what exactly were you doing here on your own?
Following Governor Medina's special instruction, namely...
He grits his teeth with a pained expression furrowing his brow.
Oh, right. It's a secret assignment. I can't talk about it.
I am a rogue trader. Why don't I simply order you to tell me everything? It is well within my rights.
A rogue trader?
After casting a quick glance over your gear, he nods in understanding.
Oh, so you must be from House von Valencia's ship, the Starport Augurs. Surveillance station reported that it had detected your ship entering the system. Then you heaved to, sent a shuttle to another unidentified ship. Very strange one at that. And then that ship departed.
Spur pauses for a second and mumbles.
But the Augur surveillance stations reports you are not to be disclosed to third parties. But you know that already, don't you? Well, alright. If you really are a rogue trader, I'll tell you everything.
So why did they send you to the starport?
I'm supposed to deliver updated Vox codes. And how should I put it? Assess the situation. The planet is a real mess at the moment. The rebels have found their way into our Voxnet and are now eavesdropping. This made proper communication impossible. The hollowed electrodynamic Cenobium has sent out a distress call before it went dark. And who even knows what's happening in the system? There's been a riot on Riccardi Philia, the prison planetoid. Uric 5 station is silent. Although the navigators there have always been a reclusive bunch, I was hoping to be lucky enough to run into a pilot or the captain here who could give me an update, but it's hardly a possibility right now. The rebels are blasting anything that tries to land out of the sky with their damn cannon.
He stops talking, a little too abruptly. Tell me about Uric 5.
There's not much anyone could tell you about it. The station belongs to the Navis Nobilite themselves. Emperor knows.
Do I really need to know this? I feel like I already know this already. There's something else you're hiding from me, isn't there? More classified secrets? Jasper looks away. It's nothing classified, just personal. There's another reason why I'm here. My betrothed is missing. Raquel Vicari, the esteemed Yvain Winterscale's personal pilot. When the riot reports came from Riccardi Filia, Lord Yvain headed there personally. Then this rebellion started down here, and we lost communication. No one knows how they're doing up there. You know what I'm afraid of? That they'll come back, and those rebel scumbags will shoot them out of the sky. I want to find a place that's high up, set up a Voxcaster there, and send them a transmission. The sky's closed off. Don't try to land. But I didn't make it in time. Those blind dogs chased after me, and I was running. And as I was running, I tripped and broke the caster. He hangs his head sadly. I worry for her. She's an excellent pilot, but I still worry. Abelard shakes his head disapprovingly, but his eyes are understanding. That is why all members of a Voidship clan share the same employment. No matter how devoted a servant the Emperor is to their duty, there is always the danger that family ties might disrupt regulations and order. Worry not. Raquel is alive. I met her on Riccardi Filia. Really? That's marvelous. May the Emperor protect you for 1,000 years and then 1,000 more for bringing me such good news. He beams in elation. I'll name my firstborn after you, I swear. In fact, I'll name all my children after you. I don't need to know. I'll just go through that real quick. Do you think the governor can handle the rebellion? Jasper mumbles evasively. Well, obviously, I'm not some pessimist to say otherwise. I won't tell anyone. You really won't? Well then, if you ask me, things are pretty rotten. His words come in flying at the rate of stubber fire. These rebels are strange. We could have easily quelled a normal riot, but they're not. We're not some commoners. We're Ricadians, the naval elite of House Winterscale. But these people, they're vicious. They know no fear. And their attacks, they're so precise. It's like they know what's going to happen ahead of time. The command executed 7 officers on suspicion of espionage, but it's not about spying. They say the leader of the rebels is some two-faced Aurora who can see into the future. Now she is a real danger. Deer scoffs and rubs her hands together in excitement. She can see into the future, is that right? We'll see about that. She's up against the wrong psyker. My breezy whispers may be vague, but you've not failed me once. I can tell you without asking my ethereal friends that her future doesn't look too bright now that the Lord Captain is involved. I'm looking for an interrogator of the Inquisition who may have arrived on this planet. Have you heard of anyone matching that description? Jasper's face quickly turns gray as he says, I have, but I don't know where he is. Now, I'm sorry, but I don't like discussing the affairs of the Inquisition. I have no more questions. It was my pleasure to be of service to you, my lord. It's been nice to chat to someone normal. He glances warily at the body of the nearest blinded lunatic. I must take my leave. You're right. Shouldn't stay here, or we might run into rebels. I'll go find a safe place to watch the skies for any lantern shuttles. May the Emperor protect you, my lord.
Venture forth.
Oh, I missed this.
Your execution is
Yep.
assured.
I will level you.
Let's make it quick.
Okay. Fucking
Brace yourself to it, Abelard.
almost insta-killed Guybella.
A dance of blades and shadows. Trust me. Death is a blessing. Come, the other side awaits. As the tenets demand, killing brings me no pleasure. I cannot serve you in this way. Let your soul be purged. As honor ordains.
Uh-oh, this is gonna hit. Oh no.
Hold on.
Time to slaughter someone. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. I'll do it.
Here we go.
Oh, not another grenade. Oh my god. So much damage.
If I may.
Perfect.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. The Navigator's might. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Let's get to it. I will do my duty.
I know what to do. That is how it's done.
I'm just curious how this works.
Easy.
My soul shall become like fire.
Death comes in silence. The shadows reveal their secrets.
Guided by faith.
They who discern the future own the battlefield. Anything else?
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day. Look no further. Let's patch you up.
Just in time.
Let me help.
Blessed be the hand of the healer.
Let's patch you up.
You cannot trick death. It will claim me one day.
Onward to victory. Let's see this through.
Do not care for those explosive barrels.
Always striving for greatness.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Never doubt me. The Emperor favors me today. I better myself through my service.
Change is coming. The edge is nigh.
The blinded ones are harmless. No sense in shooting them and drawing attention.
Fire on the nearest target! Don't kill the tech priest! We need to take him alive!
Find it, and let their enemies breathe.
Fall back!
I cast a most dubious spell. Blow up crane.
May knowledge be thy fate. Let the cycle be discontinued.
The man dressed in crimson would not have survived an explosion like that. However, he is alive. You hear the wheezing of the respirator that covers half of his face.
Not another step. Flee, for I am death.
By the throne! What is that servant of the Omnissiah made of? Adamantine? Blasted!
Abelard clutches his head as his ocular implant is racked with a wave of interference. I'm rogue trader Balk von Valencius. I mean you no ill.
I identify you as a member of a high stratum belonging to Rogue Trader House von Valancius. I am detecting no need for confrontation. The convoy received an order to meet you. It is no longer functional. Therefore, I propose that we continue to advance to the rendezvous point with the governor's soldiers.
The tech priest stares resolutely forward, his mechadendrite tentacles rising gracefully around his hunched figure, which is illuminated by the flames of the smoldering remains of the machine. Point at the exploded machine. How did you manage to kill off a slew of people and blow up a sacred machine without even laying a finger on it?
This was my doing.
The voices are being weird about him. They're saying garbled, conflicting things. Like they're talking about completely different people. But he's not a threat to you. Even if that's a bit hard to believe after all the fireworks.
Who are you?
I identify as Magus Pascal Haneman of the priesthood of Mars. By the grace of the Omnissiah, I am currently assigned to the maintenance personnel of the station Altar Templum Calixis X-17.
Altar Templum Calixis. I have heard the name before. The station appears on House Orselio's star charts in the Furibundus system, not far from the void colony of Footfall. You have traveled a long way to come here, esteemed Magos.
You do not even know how you caused such an explosion?
The Omnissiah granted me a revelation. The spirit of this machine was dying, but it wished to perform a service, for such was its design. I sensed this and appealed to it. I do not know how I did it. I merely followed my intuition. The understanding granted by the Omnissiah was not permanent. It has left me.
How strange it is to hear such words from one who is not of the blood-spun web. We have much in common. Why do you wish to see the governor?
I came here to carry out a sacred mission. My mentor, Archmagus Amonat, summoned me, and I hastened to answer his call. But the rabble's unrest prevented our meeting, and I was on my way to Governor Medina to determine my mentor's current location. My escort was ordered by their commander to discontinue their movement and await to be merged with your group. Then, due to their incompetence, they let themselves be killed. It was an unacceptable complication to my task.
You must be quite devoted to your mentor to be willing to wade into this mess for him.
Cessation of vital functions is an unavoidable phenomenon, and therefore an insignificant one. The doctrine of worship repudiates the fear of death. With my mentor's words, the Omnissiah gives me the algorithm for redemption and triumphant service. I will be redeemed, and I will triumph.
I invite you to join my retinue.
Acknowledged. Predicting successful and mutually beneficial cooperation.
Welcome aboard, Pascal. Get the fuck out of here, Adira. I think I want intelligence. Right?
must thank you, esteemed Magos. After your intervention, I feel 50 years younger. Both my knee implants are as good.
I agreed to help out of respect for the priceless array of augmentations placed in your body. Such sacred creations deserve the best maintenance available.
Marching ahead.
Don't worry, I am elite hacker. I will be able to get all of these turrets to do anything we want. Well, that worked out well for them.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Challenging me was a mistake.
Spare none of them!
None shall endure my wrath. They won't expect this. As said, so done. You clearly are outmatched. I know what a costly mistake. I said that is how it's done.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Ah, one off. I literally have no line of sight.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
At your beck and call.
Let's make it quick.
Let's get to it!
Oh, thanks for the follow, Uom. I hope I said that right.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. My vow is to serve.
Rejoice in battle! Each strike is a prayer. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Doubt is for the weak. Power
Could probably
resides
just
in
end
the
combat
will of the
here if I
righteous.
just... Oh. I have no line of sight on either of these guys? Son of a bitch.
The
Just
Emperor
waste
commands, I
fucking-
act.
Done and done.
That's alright.
I bring mercy.
This
and
ability is
retribution.
nuts. It's just so much movement.
Come, the other side awaits.
Is that not all of them? Oh, there's one over there.
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Victory is imminent. I took care of this one.
Venture forth.
Extends across a wide bridge. It's suspended high above and roiling waters of the river below. The bridge is densely packed with imposing and ostentatious buildings designed to flatter the vanity of the local elite. Well, sure is doing fuck all
Forge
now.
ahead, never linger.
Young man in a planetary guard uniform salutes you. Your lordship, Private Commit Il Regius, ready to escort you to the command center for your meeting with the governor. I regret to say that the convoy sent to meet you was ambushed and took critical losses in heavy fighting against the rebels. In other words, I'm the only survivor. However, the rebel force was destroyed as well. We can set out for the command center. Success to failure ratio of combat objectives. Completion for this world's military speaks to its subpar efficiency. I will advise the local ruler to see my fraternity's aid in upgrading their troops to servitor maniples. Your uniform looks odd on you, soldier, as if it belongs to someone else. Apologies, your lordship. Soldier draws himself up and goes to adjust his gear. It's a new uniform. The guards are in a difficult situation right now, and so we often get issued whatever is left, and it isn't always the right size. Your mouth is full of mud, soldier. What are you hiding? Something behind in beaming hues of faith and loyalty? What is it? Fear, I guess. In times like these, if you give in to weakness, you're done for. I'm not done with my life just yet. How did you make it out alive if your entire convoy perished? The Emperor protects me, the soldier replies with confidence. I didn't run, your lordship, if that's what you're thinking. I was by the commander's side until the very end. I shot the last rebel from the gang that attacked us, but alas, the captain succumbed to his wounds, and the others had already died. The Emperor rest their souls. What can you tell me about the insurgency? The ungrateful rabble rose to rebellion against the planet's lawful governor and his lordship Caligos Winterscale, a ruler by the will of the Emperor. They are all heretics deserving of a most terrible death. Order will be restored. The guilty will be punished. Enough talking. Let's go to the command center. Yes, your lordship. We have to take this avenue. It leads from the starport right to the command center. It's a short walk. Should only take us 5 to 6 hours.
Let's seize the moment. Nothing can catch me off guard.
Operation successful.
I did it.
Shall aftermath of the battle suggest, Young man sighs. The remains of my squad. Once we've put down the rebellion, they'll be given the last honors they deserve as soldiers fallen in a righteous battle. The battlefield looks highly suspicious. Half of your comrades never even had the chance to draw their weapons, and the direction of the shots as well. The attackers knew exactly what path the group would take and how large it would be. The enemy is smart and cunning. Perhaps they were watching us? I must report this to the governor. Aha. Too many parts of your story fail to add up. I'm beginning to wonder if you're a traitor. I swear, your lordship, I may have gotten a few things mixed up from my inexperience, and that's why they don't add up. Please, let's walk to the governor's command center. I must carry out my orders. Once we get there, you can have the intelligence run a check on me if you wish. I'm a loyal soldier, and that's the truth. Do not believe him, Lord Captain. Pale green is seeping from his every word, and I know this color of deceit well. I once mistook Felix's words, so humble and full of sweetness, for sincerity and truth. They were poison. Sure, we'll trust Cassia. Blast you, scum! Aurora will get you all the same! Aurora, the final dawn! La, 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 la. Get stabbed, idiot.
Stop. There.
Oh, shit.
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging and sobbing and howling.
Okay then.
Sure, do that. Enemy. I'll just do that, I suppose. do that, we need higher range on voice of command, fellowship. Just do dash. And awareness, sure. Just do taunting scream. Sure. Now we'll get dance partners first. We can. Let's see. Do I have another common talent? Talent. No, I think it's fine. One creature within a 12-cell radius. Oh yeah, I wanted to double check. Well, I can do that off stream.
Onward to victory. Another battle demands our attention.
Are you ready to die?
Seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, the majority of them are on this side, and there's only a small portion over here. So
Keep your senses keen.
what did I just detect? Just something over there. Whatever.
Someone else can do this. A tactically sound approach. At your beck and call. I will do my duty. At your beck and call. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
I know what to do. That's how it's done.
Alright,
They won't
I forgot
expect
to-
this. As said, so done.
What? Why did it? I must have fucked something up. Oh well. It's alright.
Poised for action.
Let's get to it. Hold on.
You don't frighten me!
Trust me. The shadows will see it done. I shall not. Death is a blessing.
That guy's gonna die the moment he takes his turn because he has a ton of bleed on him.
Running binaric override.
Here we go.
Scared yet?
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Faith without deed, none can escape the Emperor's judgment. Guided by faith.
Oh, I need 2 AP for that.
As the Emperor commands,
Alright, well.
I act.
Next turn.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Easy. Done and done. High momentum.
Follow my lead. It will be done.
Way to like put your turn later in the initiative. No, I guess not. Oh well, it's fine.
I am your blade and shield.
never doubt me. Doubt is for the weak.
Help me, Lord Captain. I'll paint your death in colors.
With purpose. Not my area of expertise. As said, so done. They won't expect this.
I can use this multiple times.
Let's set this in motion. Forward. I know what to do.
Well, I think everyone's about to explode in fire.
Done.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Easy.
My place is at the fore.
Oh, that's unfortunate for them.
Venture forth.
Oops.
Do you require an audience?
Stay sharp.
Okay, so far, blind madman, incredible gunner. Okay,
Challenging me was a mistake.
I will level you.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
They won't expect this. Let's set this in motion.
let's see, I have 2 stacks.
I said...
Ugh, that's so much fun.
Easy. Done and done.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
the Emperor commands, I am.
Oh. That was not great.
Rejoice in battle!
Oh, it's a little better.
Time to slaughter someone!
Death comes in silence, as honor ordains.
Boop.
As said so. Contemplate your weakness.
I am registering numerous losses among combat and civilian units. There is a high probability that these values would be lower under more competent leadership.
Less people would have died if these people did not suck so much ass at what they did. Just nothing but, nothing but the most, stalwart ideas from this one.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
I think this is better for... Yeah.
Marching ahead.
Well, I could go into the lower levels. Or I could deal with whatever's still up here. Decisions. Actually, I think I want her second line. There we go.
Keep your guard up.
Duty
Let's see this
prevails.
through.
Let's check over here.
Your execution is assured.
Let the blood flow.
What do we got? 2. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so
Now that's interesting.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Faith without deeds is worthless. You, my Emperor! As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. I refuse. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Ugh. I should have done a little more damage there. That's alright. I think I can just glue these
Tried and
guys.
tested tactics are the best ones. One fewer target.
Good old Abelard.
Nothing can catch me off guard.
Pain cleanses the body.
Oh, these flamers suck.
A costly mistake. They won't expect it done and done. That is how it's done. I said, so done. Let's set this in. Witness my resolve.
What the hell is that?
Done
There
and
we go.
done. Easy. A costly mistake. Out of my way!
Uh-huh.
They won't expect this. Didn't see that one coming, did you? I know what to do. Let's set this in motion.
What the hell? Why didn't that?
Easy.
Whatever.
Request approved.
Jesus Christ, she has a trillion movement.
A dance of blades and shadows. Trust me, killing brings me no pleasure. The shadows will see it done. As honor or death is a blessing. There is only death, yours or mine.
All souls cry out for salvation.
Do you think my body was suffering?
I don't think I know. Mainly due to the fact that you had a status condition.
Keep your senses keen.
What? Oh. Alright. I think that'll do it for today. It's a bit of a shorter stream. I probably will have an actual schedule set up by Monday. But I'm probably gonna just stream 5 days a week, just during weekdays, and not stream on weekends, outside of like maybe some special events or certain like unique factors. But thanks for coming out to watch. I hope you had a good time, and I will be back at it again on Monday. With a actual legitimate posted stream then. So, yeah. Until then, have a good evening and good night, everyone.